Thank you, dear media representatives. Shall we...
Почитувани представници на медиумите, ви благодарам. Може ли да започнеме?
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of the Republic of North Macedonia and in the name of the Prime Minister Dimitar Kovacevski, allow us to welcome the President of the Republic of Serbia, Aleksandar Vučić, the President of the Government of the Republic of Albania, Edi Rama, the President of the Government of Montenegro, Dritan Abazović, and the President of the Council of Ministers of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Zoran Tegiltija. Here is also the EU Commissioner Oliver Varhej, and via video call, Mr. Gabriel Escobar, US Deputy Assistant Secretary of State. Of course, welcome all present here in the hall to the Open Balkan Summit in Ohrid. The initiative is a joint process of North Macedonia, Albania, and Serbia. However, Open Balkan is open to all the Western Balkans countries, and this time they have been invited to join us. Dear guests, now it is the time to announce the beginning of the Open Balkan Summit Ohrid. We will hear the welcoming remarks of the leaders of the participating countries. I invite the President of the Government of the Republic of North Macedonia, Dimitar Kovacevski, to welcome you.
Почитуван председател на Република,
Distinguished President of the Republic of Serbia, Aleksandar Vučić, Distinguished Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama, Distinguished Prime Minister of Montenegro, Dritan Abazović, Distinguished President of the Council of Ministers of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Zoran Tegiltija, Distinguished Euro Commissioner Varhej, distinguished participants, distinguished representatives of the companies, commerce chambers, distinguished ministers, members of the press, and dear citizens of North Macedonia, Serbia, Albania, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Dear citizens of Western Balkans, welcome to the pearl of North Macedonia and the Balkans, Ohrid. Welcome to our country, that is one of the initiators of this Open Balkan initiative. This initiative is our commitment for a stable region, peace, cooperation, and economic development. This is our commitment to better life of our citizens. This is our initiative for Europeanization of the region. Open Balkan is already giving the results for the citizens and for the entrepreneurs. The green line on the border crossings Tjafasan and Tabanovce enables faster flow of the transport of food, and our institutions are constantly communicating. The purpose of this is to remove the border barriers. The waiting time for the trucks has been reduced, but we know that we can do better by reducing the bureaucracies and by increasing the trust between the institutions of the three countries. The benefits of Open Balkan mutual helping between the countries and the peoples was felt this summer as a result of the agreement for joint action in natural disasters. The neighbors helped North Macedonia for the firefighting intervention last summer. The whole Europe is facing serious consequences of the health of the war crisis. We are understanding each other, we are helping each other, and we have joint purpose to go forward together. We have clear benefits from the free flow of capital goods, people, and services. We are here to improve the competitiveness, to achieve new investments, mobility, greater market, and development of businesses in the region. We are here for better standard and quality of life of all our citizens from the Balkans. Open Balkans as a new, ambitious and dynamic connection was supported by the business communities from all countries. They agreed that Open Balkan is a platform that the region needs. I would like to extend my appreciation to the chambers of commerce that motivate us. They can commend us when we are doing well, but they can also find words of criticism so that we can improve in our activities. Dear friends, this summit brings us even closer in our cooperation. We're focusing on mutual exchange, removing barriers, and bringing people closer. We are striding forward. Today we will sign new agreements and memorandums of cooperation by mutual recognition of the diplomas issued by the university institutions. We will speed up the procedure for single labor market. The lack of labor force will be complemented by ourselves, and our young people will not move to the world. Today we're opening a new chapter in cooperation in tourism. We will promote Open Balkan as a regional tourist destination. We can offer part of the most beautiful seas in the Mediterranean. We have the seas of Albania, the mountains of Serbia, and the lakes of North Macedonia. We will offer the world these beauties and this wealth, but we will enable our citizens to enjoy them also. Today we are launching cooperation in the area of culture. We agreed on creating a joint calendar of cultural events that will contribute to greater mobility of the audience and will stimulate cultural exchange. I expect to increase the number of festivals in the region. This will bring more contents for our citizens and will enable better attractiveness of the region. We would like to see exit in North Macedonia. We would like to hear the autochthonous music, Macedonian music in Serbia and Albania. We expect many young people to visit Tirana, the youth capital for 2022. Dear friends, at this summit we will sign memorandum for understanding between the tax administrations of the country. This will enable better flow and better movement of goods, capital, and services. These are steps towards establishing the practices of the European Union. We're achieving something that is normal practice in the European Union based on mutual agreements of its member states. Our political objective is very clear. Western Balkans must be part of the European Union. The place of each country in the region is in the European Union. We are Europeanizing together. The countries are connected, and when there is progress in one country, this is motivation for the other. It is European to help each other. We must use the precious time more efficient. The war in Ukraine is a risk for increased influence of third countries in the region. And that is why we all need to be exceptionally cautious and ready. Leaving strategic empty spots in our region is not an option. We must fill the empty spaces, and that is why we have the Open Balkan, our organic initiative created by our institutions, seriously supported by all peoples and ethnicities living in our countries. Today, we are sending a clear message. It is exceptionally important for the European Union and its member states to responsibly accept that EU's enlargement with the Western Balkan countries is a strategic and security issue. Integration means mutual commitment to building stable Europe as a home for European and civilization values. Our vision for the Balkan of 2022 is a vision for a progressive region integrated in Europe where peace and stability and development will no longer be questioned. We are pragmatic in our activities, and we will create conditions for investments in our region. This will mean more work, better paid jobs for our young people and for our citizens. We ask the European Union to support our efforts and to recognize it as an inspiration to resolve its own problems. All of us in Open Balkan are convinced that this initiative will become more attractive. Today, together with us, we have the Prime Minister of Montenegro and the President of Council of Ministers of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Tagiltija. The invitation for the Prime Minister of Kosovo remains open. I'm convinced that the benefits of Open Balkan should be felt by the citizens of Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Kosovo, and I strongly believe that the summit will bring good results for the enlargement of Open Balkan. Open Balkan is for alleviation, for freedom, for helping, and for friendship. Dear friends from Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Kosovo, brothers and sisters, join us, because together we can do more for us and for our children. Let us grow together with the success and the benefits for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite President of the Republic of Serbia, Aleksandar Vučić, to take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, Dimitar wrote nicely, and I was given a speech, likewise a nice one. I'm just going to use a few...
English? What's the English?
Inicijativa ljudi sa Balkana. Ovo je inicijativa onih koji su razumeli.
This is the initiative of those who must connect each other and they have to resolve their own problems. And just to make you understand that everything that we did, economy and everything that is important for our citizens, and there is nothing more important than that. There is something which is visible in relations between Serbia, North Macedonia, and Albania. We almost have no bilateral problems between each other. We managed to resolve some problems that stood there between us for the 50, 60, or 70 years. We have no demands, no requirements towards anyone apart from being friends, apart from cooperating and working in the interest of our citizens. And I want to thank particularly to Oliver Varhej for being here today with us, because I know that it's not always everybody has to be in agreement and giving consent to this initiative, but I want to thank him for being here with us. This is the initiative of people living in the Balkans Peninsula, and this is something which is unstoppable. This is such a good idea that year after year it is going to have more affiliates and more supporters in our country, in our three countries and throughout the Balkans. Everybody else is, like Dimitar, welcome, but I always want to feel our relationship with the essence. And that is why I believe that it is important, and I want to say this today before you, to establish working groups, task forces immediately, or next meeting, which I propose to be held somewhere in southern Serbia before the big summit that we are going to have and the fair events by the end of the summer in Belgrade, to agree to establish working groups that are going to take care of overcoming difficulties in food supply and the field of energy, and how to help each other to survive this winter, because I believe this is of the utmost and the biggest interest of the citizens of our three countries, but not only our three countries, but I dare say the entire region. If they want to do that and to work in establishment of working forces, representatives of Bosnia, Herzegovina, Montenegro, and Pristina are welcome to join those groups. And what's also important, it is to accelerate and speed up all our joint projects. Today, we're going to sign the diploma agreement, which means speeding up all the processes regarding working permits, and to see what are people interested in, what are they asking us for, and to listen to our chambers of commerce and to listen to what we can do and make easier for the people in trading with goods, capitals, and capital services, to see what we can do for tourism and for attracting citizens of Serbia to go both to Albanian shore, and not only Albanian shore, but to visit North Macedonia, to visit these beautiful lakes, both Ohrid, Prespa, Dojran, and to visit Skopje as well, Veles, and many other beautiful cities in North Macedonia, Kumanovo as well. And likewise, we would like to invite our Macedonian Albanian friends to visit many places in our beautiful Serbia. Anyway, I am proud because from the initiative that we built and that nobody was interested in, and everybody thought it was doomed to failure. You couldn't even pass through the journalists and people today here because everybody's interested in progress of the entire region. This is the only thing that nobody can stop us from doing and prevent us from doing. Whether they're going to open negotiations or not, that depends on somebody else. Then whether to wait, whether it's going to be a sunny day that day or not, if somebody's going to open something new for us. Sometimes it depends on us, sometimes it doesn't depend on us. But what always depends on us is the way we are going to live with our neighbors and talk to our neighbors, whether we are going to help our neighbors and whether our neighbors would help us. We expect additional helicopters. We have already bought helicopters specialized for firefighting. And since we're going to have warm summer, we're going to be ready to intervene at any moment to help our Albanian and Macedonian friends much more efficiently than we could do last year. We expect the same from them in some other areas and for some other matters. And who's going to do that better and easier than we by ourselves, we who live next to each other? I'm sorry for bothering you this much. I have so much enthusiasm, so much hope, ambition, and desire to do big things. I want to thank Mr. Escobar. I want to thank the Americans for supporting this initiative. Dritan, Zoran, you're always welcome. And just don't get angry with me. I don't have this need and this apologetic syndrome to justify and to say on daily basis, please come, please come. If you want to come, you can come. If you don't want, that's also up to you. Nobody's going to force you into doing something. These are not some other organizations. You're always welcome, and we look forward to meeting you, and we hope that by the end of the year, we will be able to organize Open Balkan Summit in one of your beautiful countries. Once again, thank you for exceptional hospitality here in beautiful Ohrid, dear Dimitar, and see you soon. And I hope that we would do great things for our people, for our countries. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Now we will hear from the Prime Minister of Albania, Mr. Edi Rama. Mr. Rama, the floor is yours.
Përshëndetje të gjithëve dhe në ndërkohë që
the President of Serbia, he's already given his speech. I've taken some notes beyond what I wanted to say in my speech, since I believe that this is an occasion on which we can talk about Open Balkans and how to go forward in Open Balkan. We cannot attend a meeting, a summit of Open Balkan and speak the way we speak when we go to Brussels. We will speak very openly, and we need to strengthen and preserve this feature of the region without being afraid of the possibility to encounter more problems than reasons to get together and get closer. And I wish to remind you that here we are meeting for the first time at this type of summits since the beginning of the war in Ukraine. And I wish to share with all of you that differently from what many are wrongly thinking, the Ukraine war makes open Balkan a greater necessity compared to prior to the beginning of this war that surprised us all. Last night, I was honored and pleased to meet here prior to the beginning of Open Balkan, Mr. Ambassador Chris Hill, one of the veterans of the American diplomacy, and undoubtedly a good connoisseur of the region who has served in Tirana as well, and the very dramatic conditions of transformation from the former dictatorship regime to democracy, and now he is serving in Belgrade. And I believe that Ambassador Chris Hill, with his presence today, is one of the most confidential witnesses that witnesses the necessity of the Open Balkan initiative. He's here to support Open Balkan. And for us, this, and for me personally, is very encouraging. And I'm also very happy to have here with us the Prime Minister of Montenegro, Britain, as well as Zoran from Bosnia. And I'm also happy that we also have two most important friends and significant partners on our path, the Commissioner Varhey, the EU Commission representative for our region, and our friend Gabriel Escobar, who is in attendance, who via the screen. However, beyond all of our friends and partners, Open Balkan is important for our peoples. Open Balkan is important for the shared space where our children are being born and where tomorrow our children will be taking their destiny in their hands. And luckily, Albanians of Albania know this very well. And in the national meeting attended by 500,000 citizens, over 60% supported Open Balkan, which is a number that is encouraging, and I'm convinced is going to be even higher, as it would have been if the war in Ukraine hadn't happened, where some other voices started to be heard to import the Ukrainian conflict to the Balkans through a rhetoric that is absurd. And I apologize to say this, is indeed repulsive. We very well know that we didn't expect the Ukrainian war to get to know the special relations that Serbia has with Russia. We didn't expect the war in Ukraine to learn that there was certain history between Russia and Serbia. We didn't expect the Ukrainian war to get informed that there was a still unresolved conflict between Serbia and Kosovo. We are all aware of these facts. However, staying committed to the future and being focused on the future, we opted for the second solution. And today we're here precisely for this, because we wish to move forward to the future without turning a blind eye to the still unresolved issues. However, being convinced that those issues could be resolved only if we get closer to one another, only if we understand by the day how important we are to each other. And I'll go back once again to what the Ambassador Chris Hill said. The United States threw 2 atomic bombs on Japan. And one of the strategic allies nowadays, for many years now, has been Japan to the United States. Even though they were bombarded by 2 atomic bombs. And now we can see where Japan is. And Japan wouldn't have been so advanced if it had turned its back to the United States back then. And in addition to that, they sat together to discuss all issues and to put everything in order. Where are France and Germany nowadays? What is Israel doing now with the United Arab Emirates? After a long-standing animosity and bloodshed from different very bad acts, they're now together. They're now together to benefit reciprocally from lending their hands to each other. And allow me now to mention a few facts now. That is to say, the contracts, the agreements we have about wheat when the war in Ukraine started, between the exporters of wheat from Albania to Serbia that have been doing this throughout the years, not only for the purpose of the open Balkan. And this process has not been blocked. And because of the open Balkan. And Serbia has undertaken certain commitments in this open Balkan and has to provide reciprocal response and give solidarity for the future. Do you think this is too little? Do you think it takes some imagination and fantasy to imagine what would happen if we didn't take all these quantities of wheat and crops? Where would we find all this wheat to feed our people? Through conflict rhetoric or through joining the military? We are now moving on with the energy area. Nowadays, today, we are all ahead of a two-sworded sword, two-blade sword. We are much more vulnerable than the others. And on the horizon, we can see a winter where the issue will not be the energy price that is going to be going up, but the problem would be that there's going to be lack of energy, and we won't be able to buy energy. We cannot take the luxury of turning our backs to each other and to open the books of conflict and support this type of rhetoric. And in the meantime, people would wish to get energy, electricity, and through the wheat contract, once again, we'll confirm that Open Balkan is neither mine nor Alexander Vucic's, nor Zoran Zaev's yesterday and Kovachevsky's today, nor Dritana Bazovic's or somebody else. Open Balkan belongs to people. Open Balkan belongs to Albanian farmers. Over 60 million euro since January to April has been the exports between the three countries. This is the amount of Albanian farmers to Serbia and North Macedonia, 57.6 million euro. What was it last year? 53.9 million euro. So it's almost double. Why? In problematic times where only the fuel price or oil price for farmers is much higher and increase, regardless of the fact that we try to subsidize this price, this breaks all types of poor representations of Open Balkan, which shows completely the opposite, that Open Balkan is one more mechanism to cope with the crisis better, because we neither open nor end those crises, but they come to us because of the great powers who have their own reasons to create this type of barbarian wars, as is the Ukrainian war. However, the exports expressed in percentages, do you know how much it's gone up between Albania and Serbia, which were the trailblazers of the Open Balkan? Not that they have learned where the Serbian market is located. They've known this market for a very long time, 63% plus. What does this mean? This means that this is a market where our farmers sell their goods and make their profits. And this is a response to those that only Serbia will profit from this. Certainly, Serbia doesn't want to make losses out of this, but we all will have our gains and benefits. Everybody wishes to make some profits through their own labor and work and free movement. In the period January-April, we're talking about the 110% increase of tourism between Serbia and 51% from North Macedonia to Albania. So now, during the summer season, the figures will be even higher. Who will gain from that? Alexander Vucic, who will get into the Albanian Sea as somebody who is a tourist there only, or all of those who have had their hotels constructed on the Albanian seaside where tourists come and pay for their stay. Then fires. We have built a mechanism today, and I'm convinced that this summer people will have to see the proof of this mechanism to help each other through logistics, through firefighting means from air. Shall we leave those forests be burned to the ground, or shall we be assisted by the the Christians. I strongly believe that the more we get closer to each other, the greater the chance to resolve our conflicts and build permanent peace between Serbia and Kosovo. A topic that I disagree with President Vučić. However, the solution is rather simple here: to either turn this disagreement into a permanent conflict with all the gaps that will remain in our economy, in our security, and so on and so forth, or vice versa. We need to get closer as much as possible to understand each other to the best possible way, so that ultimately people themselves get aware that future is much more important than the past. And two more words about the EU and this wedding, the next wedding, so to say. I'm saying wedding because whenever this European Council is coming, I'm preparing like I'm going to a wedding party. Albania is not preparing for this wedding party anymore. If the wedding takes place, we will go as we are dressed. We won't dress up especially for that occasion. We won't order the best orchestra. We won't spend to have major banquets to remain alone with the bride because the bridegroom is not coming to take her, or the bridegroom will remain at the door. But the bride can manage herself. She can say, I don't want to talk to the bridegroom. There are even worse things. So Open Balkan is a man, and the bride is the EU. This is very bad for us. It's better for us to be the bride because we would have been taken much earlier. But when you're a man with so many problems with your past, with your baggage, with murders, you attack this, you attack that, that's a huge problem. However, our path is very clear for us. We want to build Europe here, which means to build our own system of operation of the country and the economy and everything else. And then after that, when they wish to get to perform the wedding, then we'll be ready. And therefore, I say to my friends from North Macedonia, don't be so stressed about this wedding, because you are transferring your stress over to you, because we can see that they're not taking you. The end is there. Bulgaria is now a problem, because and Bulgaria is her own man. If it were another beautiful woman like the other in Europe, Bulgaria is also a man with a problem. We Albanians are okay. If they wish to have the wedding, we are ready. If they don't want to have the wedding, we are again here. No problem. So, dear Dimitar, dear friends from North Macedonia, now is the time to end your stress. Don't bother. They called us, they don't call us, they invited us, they want us, they don't want us. It's important for us to do the stuff here. And then Bulgaria, when she gets bored with the game she's playing, will throw that doll and find another dolly, and then the talks and negotiations will be open, because now we're talking about the start of negotiations, not something else. So negotiations will be over once the current Bulgarian Prime Minister becomes a granddad, an old man. So now let us continue our talks. We are indeed happy to be part of this continent. We are willing and wish to become member of the EU. However, one thing I should share with you in the end. I was very honest and blunt back then. When I would go to Brussels in the past, I would go there to be encouraged by them. Now, when I'm going to Brussels, it seems to me that I have to encourage them, honestly. Sometimes they used to be at the top of the game, and now we are at the top of the game. The Balkan is not dying away, and this open Balkan even less than that. It won't die. So no matter how the world goes around, Balkan will stay here. Serbia is not going to another planet. Macedonia will also not go to another planet, neither Bosnia. So it will boil itself inside, but Albanians are also here. We will stay here. So the EU, we are here at the heart of Europe, and the EU actually makes us. They make the B, but the EU is with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rama. Although it was planned for later, now we will hear the address of the U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for European and Euro-Asian Affairs and Special Representative for the Western Balkans, Gabriel Escobar, via video call. Because of his duties, we'll now have him on video call. Mr. Escobar, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
The virtual stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And I want to say hello to everybody from Sarajevo, where I am currently located. I want to start by saying thank you to our friends in North Macedonia. And I want to say thank you to the government of North Macedonia. We recently had a very successful strategic bilateral dialogue, and we agreed there that we would do everything possible to stabilize the region and to create new opportunities for the people of the Western Balkans. So thank you again to those who participated in that dialogue. I want to start by saying that for the United States, we don't look at the Western Balkans from the point of view of the problems of the 1990s. We look at it from the prism of the opportunities of the 21st century. And the opportunities of the Western Balkans are enormous. The Western Balkans are blessed with geographic position, they're blessed with natural resources, but most importantly, they're blessed with a very strong entrepreneurial spirit. And for years, for decades, I would say, the people of the Western Balkans have been building my country, they've been building Europe. And out of gratitude, we support the Open Balkans as a way to help your people build the Western Balkans. And I do have to say that the Western Balkans offer enormous opportunities for not just for the people of the region, but for Europe as well, and eventually for the United States. The Western Balkans have the potential to be a hub for renewable energy, which will help us meet our climate change goals. It has the capacity for being a regional hub for liquid natural gas, which will help Europe unwind itself from the dependence on Russian energy. It has the capacity to be a center for shipping, transportation, IT, and tourism. And in fact, in many ways, it already is. The Western Balkans are already the fastest growing part of Europe. And it is true that many of us, all of us, are likely going to face some economic challenges over the next few years. The idea of facing those challenges together makes it a little bit more easy to deal with. So I want to say that the United States supports the Open Balkans, but our support is based on many things. First of all, it should be not just about regional economic cooperation, but about cooperation and integration into the broader European structure. That is, even though cross-border trade within the Western Balkans is very important, the majority of the supply chains and the market is Europe. That is 70% of your market and 70% of your trade is already with Europe. So it should be geared toward greater European integration. And second, there are already many initiatives to create economic integration. The Open Balkans Initiative is only one of them. We support all of them. We support all economic initiatives that bring the region closer together and promote peace and cooperation among the countries of the Western Balkans, all of them. And then third, we believe that in order for this to be successful, it should be open to all of them. Every initiative that for economic integration should include all 6 countries of the Western Balkans on an equal footing. So I have some recommendations as we move forward. This is a tremendous initiative coming at an important time in European history and an important time for the development of the Western Balkans. But I hope to see greater clarity on how it plans to operate. And in that regard, I have a few recommendations for our friends. One, as I mentioned, there are many opportunities and many initiatives for integration of the Western Balkans. So I encourage the leaders of the Open Balkans Initiative to look for ways to concretely harmonize the Open Balkans with all of the other initiatives that are operating in the region. This will make sure that you avoid duplication. It would make sure that you achieve the greatest level of integration possible. So I encourage that. The second is I encourage a plan for institutional development. That is, the advantages of the Western Balkans is its strong economic growth, but it has other advantages, and it could have some competitive advantages by creating greater predictability for investors, greater support for e-government, for registration, and most importantly, creating the opportunities and the institutional development for those institutions that are going to reduce smuggling and tax evasion, because it is that informal economy that creates an uncompetitive playing field for those investors who want to operate legally. Finally, well, not finally, sorry, next to the last, I think I encourage the leaders of this initiative to engage more broadly and bring in more stakeholders, to engage openly with the chambers of commerce in the region. Most of the chambers of commerce in the region are very enthusiastic about creating a common market, however it happens, whether it is through Berlin, Common Regional Market, CEFTA, or Open Balkans, but they need to have a voice. Their voice will be very important in shaping the policies and the institutions of the Open Balkans Initiative. And finally, I really encourage that this initiative remain economic. It is not a political project. It is an important economic project. And to the extent that it remains economic and focused on creating opportunities for the people of the region, you will have more support. So with that, I want to close by saying, count on us. We can help you. And we can help you by creating some of the institutions that would help you counter money laundering, that will help you share information, that will help you to standardize your customs and phytosanitary standards, and to help you open border crossings to the highest technological standards available. And I look forward to continuing my discussions with the leaders of the region and with the leaders of the rest of the region on how we can further economic integration and eventually a strong European integration for the rest of the entire region. And thank you again for this kind invitation. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Escobar. I invite the President of the Government of Montenegro, Dirtana Bazovic, to take the floor, please.
Poštovani prijatelji, dear friends, Međuda Šamir.
Poštovani prijatelji, poštovani premijeru Sjeverne Makedonije, poštovan predsjednik Sjeverna Albanija, predsjednici Bosne i Hercegovina, komesar.
Objasnit ću i razloge, nadam se da će biti brz i efektan.
I hope that I will be very brief. We cannot change the past. Everything we can do is to create the future.
Or we are seeing it differently. The initiative, the Open Balkans initiative, is the reason why we are here today. I experience it as an assistance to create a better future together, a future based on the economic progress, on the business, and greater mobility of citizens, greater possibilities and opportunities to cooperate in all areas, and greater friendship. For me, that's the idea of Open Balkans. Irrespective of the title of the initiative, any initiative and any mechanism that can lead to any kind of progress, to any reconciliation, will be supported by the government of Montenegro. The idea is the following. The first step for us to build our relations is to sit together and have a dialogue. The dialogue leads towards our increased trust and confidence. The increased trust and confidence will lead to not being afraid from each other and get into action together that imply primarily the creation of a climate of progress in the region. Retroactive policies, policies of the past, policies based on poor institutions and lack of respect and constant pronouncement of conflict in all Western Balkan countries have kept us where we are now. We need to do something to change this situation. I'm extremely happy to have with us the Enlargement Commissioner, Mr. Vahey, and I'm very happy to see that the American administration is supporting the initiative. Why? Because we need to change ourselves. Nobody will do our job for us. Brussels, no matter how much we criticize Brussels, we need to know one thing, which is true. Nobody wishes to import problems. When you have the Western Balkans leaders who go to Brussels and speak against another and are not able to identify the simplest solutions for them, we create a picture that we are so far away from the EU. I'm sure that the message, regardless of the fact that we are not all of us to get a part of the members of the Open Balkans. Today we are sitting 5 of us together at the table. Maybe in the future we'll be 6. Regardless of the place, we should sit together, 6 people together, to discuss what our peoples need. And I'm sure that the message to the EU will be much more different than it is now. And that even though those who are skeptical from this or that reason, which is valuable or not, now they should pick up and catch up with the process and realize that they're part of this world and that this part of the world belongs to the shared large EU family. In order to become members of that family, we need to change our mindset and behavior. The idea is to promote something different, to rebrand the Western Balkans. I wish to support that, the rebranding of the Western Balkans, how to convey optimistic messages. We are too pessimistic with all that is happening to us. We need to send the optimistic messages. I like the idea about the green lane or facilitated passage. Yesterday at dinner, we wanted to make our contribution, primarily Montenegro and the other countries, in the time of crisis, to set up a working group that will be able to respond in an easier way if a crisis happens in transportation or in food production. If somebody thinks that they can meet their own needs on their own in the 21st century, in 2022, may he be lucky if they have the need for that. But on the other hand, if we wish to develop confidence and create society that can produce new value, create society that gives the chance to some new policies initiated primarily by the desire for greater economic development and mobility of our citizens, indeed, I think that we need to give a chance to that. We all together in the Western Balkans deserve a different story. We deserve a story that will present the best we have as peoples here in their individual creativity, and then we can become citizens of the EU, of the United States, and all the other countries when we provide participation in sports, economics, and science. However, we are not successful that much. In order to achieve that, we need to rebrand Western Balkans, establish mutual communication, increase confidence and trust between each other, and shake hands. This is the only way that we can change the future of all Western Balkan countries. We are also interested during the fire season to put our all best efforts to help all the countries and to have maybe a shared tourist offer. Maybe that is the greatest interest of Montenegro. And here, from this place this year, we invite you to come to Montenegro en masse. All the Western Balkans, Balkan countries are very welcome, and all leaders and all people are welcome. And the sixth Prime Minister of Kosovo, I expect you to come to Montenegro to sit together and discuss our shared initiatives. I believe that this is the only way, the only path, only possibility on how to prove ourselves to our citizens, and also finally, ultimately, to Brussels and to Washington, not to try to flatter somebody, but to show that we can do stuff differently. The idea is for the optimist topics to prevail. The idea of the open Balkans should not be experienced as just politicians' idea. All the ideas have to come from somewhere. And this is an idea primarily for citizens and the business. This is an idea on how citizens can easily use certain services, both for service purposes, cultural cooperation, and scientific cooperation. If it remains as such and develops as such, I'm sure that the number of those who will resist this idea will be much fewer, and the number of people who will see the future differently will be going up by the day. And finally, we need to deliver results. We can deliver results only if we change the picture of the Western Balkans. It doesn't matter who is faster or who is in better position in the EU integration or who is poorer in the EU integration. I'm sure that all of these leaders sitting here see their countries in the EU. Why is this important? Because even the EU will not be complete unless all Western Balkan countries are within it. But the idea is not to put the country into the EU without the others. The idea is to have certain period to have some pace at which all Western Balkan countries will become EU member states. That will lead to greater security of citizens, greater comfort, greater economic progress, and that will finally mean that we have dealt with the politics of the past. It has brought nothing good to the region. It's been a politics of conflict and it should be a reconciliation, progress, politics, and greater respect for each other. So our hand is lent to you for all the initiatives that imply entire progress of the Western Balkan countries. We want to see any initiative as an anonymous initiative, and those citizens of the Western Balkans are expecting and deserving, and it's up to us to demonstrate that we can deliver this. Once again, I wish to thank you all, to invite you to spend your summer vacations in Montenegro. I think that you'll be more than happy. And now we should shake hands and in open discussions resolve all the issues that will be done in the most democratic way as it becomes to serious people. Once again, thank you very much.
Zoran to address you, please.
Dame i gospodo, dragi prijatelji.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, allow me to first express my appreciation to Prime Minister Kovacevski, President Vučić, and Prime Minister Rama for having this opportunity to address here on behalf of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm thankful for having this opportunity to convey our opinions on Open Balkan, although Bosnia and Herzegovina is not a formal member of this project. I sincerely hope that I'm the last who will come from Bosnia and Herzegovina and speaks here as a guest, and that every other will come as a full-fledged member of Open Balkan. Bosnia and Herzegovina, unfortunately, does not have consensus regarding the Open Balkan project and has no serious answers about the reasons. Also, there are no negative answers. There's simply silence. If you have an initiative, written initiative submitted to them, it is surely stuck somewhere. There's some prejudice regarding the past, and the proponent of this initiative who will have the greatest benefit, whether this is a replacement for some EU integration. There were even influences from certain groups that this would be a great this would be very unsuccessful if such initiatives are accepted. And also there are influences by individuals, certain embassies that believe that Bosnia and Herzegovina should not be part of it. In such circumstances, after receiving the invitation, I was thinking whether should I come here, and if I do, what am I to say? To look for excuses for the lack of courage to make a decision and to approach the Open Balkan Initiative? Of course, you witnessed that there were questions in Bosnia and Herzegovina, questions asked by those who oppose this initiative. What am I doing here? And I'm here because I know that the business community in Bosnia and Herzegovina supports the Open Balkan project, and the business community is, according to me, the basic precondition for development of our society. I'm here because I know that most of the citizens in Bosnia and Herzegovina support this project. Also, I'm here due to the fact that the representatives of Bosnia and Herzegovina participate in all negotiations on technical level that are led within the frames of Open Balkan. And because we are ready to sign and to accept all agreements at the moment when a political decision will be made. I'm here because I'm sure that this is good for our business community and for the citizens. I believe that Open Balkan can create and increase the overall business potential of this region. And also, I believe that Bosnia and Herzegovina, sooner or later, will become a member of the Open Balkan Initiative. And I think that after the elections in October, at least after listening Mr. Escobar and his support for the Open Balkan and the fact that he's addressing from Sarajevo, gives me the right to say that Bosnia and Herzegovina will very soon become part of the Open Balkan Initiative. We live with all our problems, as most of the countries in this moment. We're facing the uncontrolled rise of prices, and we're facing possible lack of food. And I think that this is a situation similar to the beginning of the pandemic. We closed our borders towards each other. We started taking care of only our people, and we registered only our deceased. Afterwards, Alexander Vučić started donating vaccines, not selling them, but donating them. And then we had a totally different image of the situation. Now we're in a similar situation. All we hear are some announcements from the international financial institutions, from the EU, of course, from our professionals, especially those in the area of energy. They are very pessimistic regarding the prices of the energy and food. Unfortunately, no one speaks of overcoming these difficulties, how to overcome them, how to compensate the lack of energy, how to deal with the increase in prices, and how our citizens will go through the winter. There are some initiatives, stop buying here, stop buying there, but this does not resolve our problems. Last night, during our dinner, I heard initiatives about finding solutions jointly, about establishing a working group of experts who will deal with analysis and who will propose solutions, joint solutions for the whole region. President Vučić mentioned something of this, but this is something that is probably the best I've heard regarding the resolution of the energy problems, food problems, and everything that lies ahead of us for the next period. A few words on the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are in pre-election period. It lasts for 5 months, and this determines our policies. I know that it is very difficult for you to understand the relations, the political relations in Bosnia and Herzegovina. But unfortunately, even those who have authorizations to make decisions in Bosnia and Herzegovina do not understand these processes. These decisions do not help, very often do not help, and create disagreements. Yesterday, we witnessed such a decision that will not help the resolution of our problems. But I want to say one thing. The chambers of commerce are constantly working and cooperating with the chambers in the region. Our business community cooperates with the farmers from the countries that we're speaking today of. And our tourist workers are envisaging the tourist offers together with their colleagues, and they will never stop this process. Yesterday, I visited Sveti Naum, and people recognize you. A citizen came and said, "Go on, do this Open Balkan, open the borders, let us live as we used to live." I understood him well. I invite all of us here to finally have this Open Balkan, to open the borders for free movement of people, of goods and capital, to enable our citizens to live as they deserve and as they lived in shared country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As we heard from Mr. Escobar earlier, the international community recognized the Open Balkan Initiative as particularly important. Today with us at the opening of this summit in Ohrid is the Euro Commissioner for Neighborhood and Enlargement, Oliver Varhey. Mr. Varhey, the floor is yours.
Dear Prime Minister Kovacevski, President Vučić, Prime Minister Rama, Prime Minister Abazovic, President Tegertia, thank you very much for having us today here. And I take this invitation as an invitation for the EU to be part of this process. And I would start with this, because I think the Open Balkan Initiative is not only a very good one that we should all support, but it is a possible lever for the region to change the realities on the ground and to meet finally the challenges the region is having for many, many years, not to say decades. But of course, it can also be a lever to accelerate the way into the European Union. The way I see it, if we do it right, it will accelerate the economic integration of the region, and it should accelerate the real integration of the region into the European Union. And I say this because when we talk about EU accession, marriages or other symbols are coming up, but mostly in the public domain, we talk about processes. We talk about IGCs, we talk about negotiating frameworks, we talk about non-papers, and so on. But to be frank with you, and maybe I shouldn't say it as a commissioner, but this is not interesting. This is not interesting at all for our people in Europe or for the people in the Western Balkans. Because I think that their main question is, when are we going to live like they live in Europe? When are we going to have the same chances and possibilities economically, socially, like the people in the European Union? And when are we going to see all the barriers removed between the EU and the Western Balkans? This is the real integration. And the real integration starts with the economy and starts with the society. This is why I was very happy when I heard for the first time, at that time it was called Mini Schengen, the idea emerging from the region. And this is, again, a remarkable achievement of the region, because the region has come up with this idea. It wasn't us, it wasn't the US, it wasn't anybody else, but it was the region that came forward with this idea. And to be honest, we started to make use of this idea. Because when we have put on the table for the very first time a significant and sizable economic and investment plan that was developed together with this region to address the main bottlenecks in front of the region, and we are talking about the region as such, we are not talking about countries individually in it, we have been addressing those challenges. And then I think we have all realized that without regional cooperation, the economic and investment plan will achieve very little. Because there's no point connecting the capitals of the Western Balkans with highways, railways, if the trucks will have to stop at every border, basically every 1.5 hours. There is no point talking about EU accession and EU integration of the region if within the region you still have to have your diploma certified if you want to work in another country, which means you want to work an hour from where you live. If you cannot create your own business, or your business cannot trade properly, or your business cannot sell its services in the region. Because according to our estimates, the region could generate 1/3 of its GDP only by doing the economic integration on the ground. The region has this potential, and only the region can deliver it to itself. We can help it. We can help it with the economic and investment plan, and we can help it with the common regional market, which was our way of the open Balkans. But until we get there, I think the open Balkans should go ahead. And I'm very happy to see that today already we will see deals on the ground starting to kick in and easing the life of the people, easing the life of business. This is what we need to see, especially in the crisis that we are in because of the war of Russia in Ukraine. We need our neighbors now more than ever to work together and to help each other to address this crisis, because we can create growth, we can create resilience by cooperation. So I think as long as this Open Balkan initiative is based on accelerating the adaptation to EU rules and norms, so it is based on the 4 freedoms that you are doing anyway because of your aspirations to become an EU member state, you can already start to reap the benefits regionally. And of course, we will be there with the economic and investment plan to help you to bring these benefits even at a higher level. For this reason, I would also encourage you to make full use of the existing structures that we are also supporting, be it the CEFTA, be it the Regional Cooperation Council, because knowledge is there, infrastructure is there, and I see that also willingness is there to help the region to move to the next level. So for me, this is a very positive initiative. For me, this is the future that can be created already today. So let's make full use of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Varhey, dear guests. This completes the opening ceremony of the Western Balkan Summit in Ohrid. Before we continue with the working part, I will ask the leaders and the participants in the session Open Balkan Visions and Opportunities to proceed to the green room of the hotel. So thank you once again. In the meantime, while the setting is moving, just as a sum up, пораките кои што беа кажани денес.
The messages that were said by the leaders from the promotion of the initiative in Skopje in July last year. This is the 4th Leaders Summit after Belgrade and Tirana for less than a year. Through intensive meetings and working groups of the 3 governments, there was an ongoing process that changed the image for the region and brought great benefits for the citizens and for the business communities. Envisaged as an initiative that implements the 4 freedoms for movement of goods, capital, services, and people, Open Balkan is an expression of the strong political will of North Macedonia, Serbia, and Albania.
За кратко време продолжуваме.
Briefly, we'll continue the panel session, Open Balkan Opens Tourism.
Ask all the participants who are attending the tourism panel to take their seats. Thank you.
Sita.
Почитуване,
Dear participants, we are moving on. The panel session, Open Balkans, Open Tourism is the panel session under agenda. Once again, I wish to thank the leaders. Now you will hear from Fatmir Bitici, Deputy Minister of Economic Issues and of the Republic of North Macedonia, Kreshnik Bekteshi, Minister of Economy, Mirela Kumbarofuri, Minister of Tourism and Environment, and Tatjana Matic, Minister of Trade, Tourism and Communication of Serbia. You may take the floor.
почитуване,
Dear participants, the first to take the floor will be Mr. Fatmir Bitici, Minister of Economic Issues and Combination of Economic Portfolios of the Government of the Republic of North Macedonia. You may take the floor. Thank you. Dear attendees, good day and welcome to a wonderful Ohrid. Isn't it fantastic to eat the fish in Ohrid and walk down Sveti Naum Okaneo, eat lamb in Subotica or the best hamburger in Leskovac in the morning, to have your macchiato in Pristina? You know, in fact, that they make the best macchiato in Pristina. And to spend your afternoon with yellow brandy in the Skopje old bazaar, or maybe in Bashcharshia in Sarajevo having their popular kebab. And in fact, after that, you may go to Budva and have some fun, or to eat seafood in the beach in Albania, then a casserole in Elbasan or in Skadar. So I'm speaking only about eating and drinking, and that's our Balkans. But Balkans is much more than that. Did you know that in Kruševo is one of the places where the best paragliders jumps can be performed across Europe? About the 12 summits that you may climb in the Macedonian mountains throughout the year, or the alpine climbing mountains in the Mirkabia. Unfortunately, for many years now, our countries have been closed and hidden by politics. And nowadays, here today, I am saying, let us open them for experience, adventure, opportunities, progress, development, and competitiveness. Let us leave behind regional competition behind us and move forward together with the strong regional competitiveness, because every country from the Western Balkans, through its uniqueness, is an added value to the development and future of our region. The benefits of the Western Balkans and the Open Balkan Initiative are many. Interconnection of our economies, the creation of a common regional market with more than 20 million people is one of the reasons to create this Open Balkans Initiative, which encourages economic growth, enables free movement of people between countries, simultaneously supporting and promoting tourism, but not only people, but all four freedoms, EU freedoms, which are the basic principles of the common market of the EU. In the past few years, the companies from Albania, Serbia, and North Macedonia have had possibilities to export their products from one country to another without having to go through complicated administrative and bureaucratic procedures that primarily meant many lost hours to take out the required documentation and lost precious time at borders that is now behind us. All the companies have greater opportunities to place their products, and citizens have greater choice. The free labor market is already a reality. The operation for our citizens, work for our citizens in Albania or Serbia will be addressed equally as if they were at home, which means greater labor market and greater possibilities for new challenges and career development of our citizens. And all of this is ahead of us. But I wish to dwell on something that has been behind us, or the challenges we've been through in the past 2 years, to validate the solidarity, friendship, and friendly hand lent in difficult times. They say if you wish to go fast, go alone. But if you wish to go far, go together with someone. And long-term stability, predictability, peace, and well-being is something that is deserved by our citizens. Maybe it's too early for us to see. However, I'm convinced that in the last 2 years, we've been taught great lessons. I believe that any challenge is also an opportunity. And for our region, the opportunity lies on capitalization of nearshoring, which is opening ahead of us to get closer to the supply chains in the EU. This is the specific possibility for the entire Balkan region, through the entire Western Balkans region, that can be implemented through the Open Balkans Initiative, which is complementary to the Berlin Process Initiative and the other initiatives, which certainly will not be a replacement, but only accelerators of our European path. in almost a month from now, Ohrid summer will be open, the best summer event. And I invite you to discover all our beauties and hear and experience all our stories told and untold, and the experiences and opportunities offered by tourism are precisely that. Finally, I reminded myself of a question that oftentimes ask me, what is Open Balkans for me? I have two answers to this question. The epitome of Open Balkans is myself, educated in Tirana. My work experience has been created across the Western Balkans, starting from North Macedonia, Albania, Montenegro, Kosovo, Serbia, Bosnia. And all of that because I was given the opportunity, but I am only one. Open Balkan is an opportunity, a chance for all future generations. And what is more powerful than giving a chance to somebody? Thank you. Thank you. Now you will hear from Mr. Krešnik Bekteshi. Thank you very much. Deputy Prime Minister Bekteshi, distinguished ministers, Mirela and Tatiana, although I have a ready-made speech, is the policy maker in the area of tourism in our country, encouraged by the personal examples of Deputy Prime Minister Bekteshi. I wanted to follow up on to the introduction given by the Deputy Prime Minister in terms of every single city in the Western Balkans, starting from Skopje, Belgrade, other cities in Serbia, Sarajevo, Podgorica, Pristina, Jakova, and other cities in Kosovo, Drajval, Lona, Elbasan, and then Ohrid, Struga, and the other. In order to visit all of these cities, if we don't open our borders, it would take us almost a week. At Tabanovce, we might wait during the season, the summer season, 4 to 5 hours. The same might happen in Kafasan. The same might happen at the border between Serbia and Bosnia, and also between Albania and Montenegro. And therefore, it's very important to have initiatives resulting from Open Balkans, because precisely through these initiatives, through these agreements that we will sign together, and what them will not let them just on paper as memoranda, but will be do our best to fulfill them and take specific measures that during this time where the tourists and citizens are wasting at our border crossings, to be reduced, even completely eliminated, because only in this way can we invite tourists and visitors from third countries, and while visiting the Western Balkans, they will have the opportunity to see as many places as possible within the shortest possible time, as many countries as possible, thus learning about our culture, our tradition, and certainly taste our food and our wine. Ms. Kumbaro, we have had an opportunity a few weeks ago to meet in Tirana, where you propose specific steps, especially to increase the cooperation between North Macedonia, Albania, and Serbia, and why not inviting the other Western Balkan countries to join us in these specific initiatives. Every state institution in North Macedonia and even Albania and other countries probably have the interest to develop their country's tourism. They are interested to preserve the national policies of the country they're representing, but we are not that big not to take the opportunity that is of national interest to transform this national interest into a regional interest, because only through regional interest support and cooperation can we develop the region and our countries. And can we have development of tourism and have more tourists, not only from the region, but also from third countries and more developed countries. Therefore, as a Minister of Economy, within our strategies and programs and our government commitments, we will always support regional initiatives and promote undoubtedly both Albania, Serbia, and other Western Balkan countries, the same as we are promoting the tourist destinations in North Macedonia. I'm more than convinced that this view is also shared by Serbia and Albania, why not Kosovo, in a near future, since only as a region can we develop tourism, attract more tourists, and thus influence and affect the economic growth of our country. If somebody from Asia wishes to visit 2 places in the Western Balkans, they would take 4 months to wait first at the Serbian embassy for a visa and another 4 months at the Macedonian embassy. So it takes almost a year to obtain 2 or 3 visas to be able to visit 2 places that are not that far away, and they're only 2 hours travel. If we wish to attract tourists from other countries and indeed promote Western Balkans, then we need to harmonize the policies in terms of the visa regime, since under our memoranda we have envisaged that we should attract tourists from third countries. We will take part in various exhibitions and fairs to promote the region, but we need to do our homework first, where we will have complete harmonization between our procedures in Albania, Serbia, and North Macedonia. Tourism is certainly a sensitive sector. Nevertheless, while visiting each other, we will learn about each other. We won't be dealing with the past, but focus on the future. And although I'm representing the tourism sector of North Macedonia, both through the media and attendees, I wish to appeal to you to visit Albania, to visit Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia, Kosovo, just like I would request from my colleagues from the other countries to appeal to their citizens to visit North Macedonia, because only in this way can we introduce ourselves to each other and support mutually our economies. Thank you, Mr. Minister Bekteshi. Now you will hear from Mirela Bumbarofur, Minister of Tourism and Environment of the Republic of Albania. You may take the floor. Thank you. It is impossible when you are preparing for this type of forum to stick to what you want to say, because in the meantime, within less than 24 hours, the exchange of messages, ideas, and opinions that we sometimes express at a higher tone makes us shorten our speech, because the message we wish to convey is much more important. And I'll start this with a very simple concept. We'll be speaking about Open Balkan throughout, and I honestly think that I like better than Western Balkan. Open Balkans is a concept that opens the doors. Western Balkans is like something that is closing our doors. In Open Balkans, we've identified this name ourselves, and we named this region this way, while Western Balkans was given to us, however, always putting a door that is not open to us and cannot be open to us to go through it now. And certainly we've done our homework, and if we talk about the rebranding of the Balkans to leave the past behind, I think that Open Balkans is a good rebranding of the future towards which we wish to lead our Balkans, as a place where people can move freely, just like the rivers and birds that do not need to wait at some embassy, and as a region that sees its future in the EU integration. I think that this brand that is being created now, Open Balkans, is a good brand. But maybe the best metaphor will be found in the tourism cooperation, where without any fear we can say to somebody else, welcome, because this is what we wish to achieve through our preparatory work and exchange we've had, be it at the ministerial level with Tatiana and Kustrim, but I claim with other colleagues in the region, including Kosovo, Montenegro, Bosnia. This idea is the idea of an open market where tourism, in fact, is worthier than just some goods. Certainly, tourism is some economic goods, and we're interested to add value to it, to increase its flow. And there is another value added to tourism, which is communication, education, and emancipation of our societies, precisely to remove this connotation that history has left on us as a pledge. And when we were mandated to be leaders as policy makers in our countries, we are due to actually release our countries from being hostage. This is a good market of development of our countries, and we need to see it in this way. And this is going to give growth to our economy. I may say freely that I like very much what the old Albanian law is saying, that my home belongs to God and to my friend. So this means that the ones who are familiarized with the rules of the old law, Albanian law, those are customs of many other Balkan countries. We share very many musical instruments. We share many cuisine recipes, and we also share many such customs. And if we view that, the foundations of tourism should be laid to build our joint home of tourism, which is our shared responsibility. I think that through the agreement we're going to sign today is precisely to open the region not only to each other. Some figures of tourists were mentioned coming from individual countries. I cannot say how many Albanian tourists are visiting North Macedonia or Serbia, but as Prime Minister Rama mentioned, in the last 3 to 4 years, we have had triple increase in the number of tourists coming from Serbia. In the last 4 months, 110% increase. We also have tourists from North Macedonia, and undoubtedly we have an increased number of, a growing number of Kosovo tourists, visitors. We would wish to see Montenegrins as our visitors, but also to share our resources. Albanian seaside, if I take this example from the Guardian magazine newspaper, among the 40 best beaches, we can find an Albanian beach. So the Adriatic Sea does not belong only to Albania. It's a port for all Balkan countries, but the rivers and mountains and forests we have in Albania, Serbia and North Macedonia, various sports disciplines and events. Don't you think we can create a shared tourist map, not only to serve our purpose, but also to enable the tourists to attract a greater number of tourists, all of us together? Tourists coming from further markets, just like Kustrim has said. I've shared this with Tatiana. Tourism from Asia, from Canada, from the States or Australia. Those are potential tourists, or from the Arab countries. Those are people seeking new destinations all the time. They're not coming only to Albania, Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia. They come to the Balkans, and after that long journey, they wish to draw the best from our region. And this is a chance, an opportunity for us with our small countries, if we open them up and retain the tourists for a longer period so that they spend more money in our countries. We will support our economy and create new jobs if we wish to preserve the interests of every individual country. On the other hand, it's also very important, and I agree with Kustrim's example, that if we open and create this joint field of opportunities, goals through the agreement and liberalization of visa regime, virtually Albania in the last 2 years has been applying the visa-free regime for potential destinations such as the Arab countries and India. Tourists that in the recent 2 years have been frequent visitors in Albania, in the entire territory of Albania, where we are doing our best for this tourist offer not to stop only at the seaside, but to complement it by ecotourism, agro-tourism, which is indeed one of the most demanded offers in Albanian tourism, which is also our pearl in our Albanian crown, which is the tourism of cultural heritage tourism. We don't want to be protective, but we wish to share all these beauties and heritages and promote them reciprocally as an open Balkans, as an open offer. And if each in their own country opens up new opportunities, we'll make ourselves much more attractive, because we won't be competitors. We'll be complementing each other, and we should be seeing it that way. I know that we do not doubt this at all. And we discussed that practically. We've shared it between each other. It's part of our administrations, and I wish to thank our administration, starting from the personnel of the Ministry of Tourism and Environment and the personnel of the administrations of my colleagues, since they've been part of all of this initiative. And now it remains to us to share this with the general public, not in this room, but over behind the cameras and social media, TV screens, and it's our duty to feed them with this information, with this political will, and through this extraordinary opportunity offered to the economies of our countries. Therefore, the reciprocal promotion through social media and public communication means and technologies is a digital challenge, and will also be our protection and weapons at the same time, because Open Balkans is indeed beautiful but challenging. It does have many supporters, just like we heard from the United States representative and High EU Commissioner. But also, there are some skeptics who will not do this as just a simple stroll without any barriers, but we will use all of our means for rafting, for hiking and mountaineering, strolls, even to cross the sea by swimming. But the final goal is to transform the concept of Western Balkans into the concept of Open Balkans to Europe and the entire world. Thank you very much. That was all. Thank you.
Ministre, почитуване. Поканувам да ви...
I will now the Minister of Republic of Serbia will speak. Hello, dear friends, dear colleagues, panelists, dear Mirela, Minister Bekteshi, Vice Prime Minister Bitici, all you who come to support the representatives of economic chambers, all the ministers who are supporting Open Balkan initiative, and you are understood its importance. Thank you very much for being with us here. We want to say that the participation of this meeting for us, for the Republic of Serbia, of extreme importance. And as my dear colleague Mirela already mentioned, we think that the initiative of Open Balkan is very important. The initiative which we waited for a long time. We waited the initiative as something new and something which is needed for the region to do a step forward, a step for reconciliation, which is a must, necessary for this region, a step for economic development, which in these historical economic circumstances after COVID pandemics and in the moment of big crisis caused by Ukrainian war, we need these initiatives. And I think that especially this summit in Ohrid today, it's important to be successful and to draw some conclusions and specific concrete results for our citizens. I believe that today's signature of the memorandum in tourism, because we are ministers for that, will draw concrete results, and the ministers who are in charge for these topics within this season, we can draw some results and statistics regarding the sector of the tourism sector. Maybe it's logical that this initiative start and to make a first step and to give the first visible results in the tourism sector, because this tourism is an industry who in this moment, after COVID, has the biggest potential, and it promises more. After the difficult 2 years, who were very bad, difficult for tourism, and regarding the Republic of Serbia, and I think it was the case with the region, and I had opportunities to speak in a constructive, friendly meeting in Tirana with my colleague Mirela. I think that the region has managed to. I spoke with my Montenegrin colleagues as well a week ago, a new minister from tourism of Montenegro in Belgrade. We had a very constructive. I think that the region, besides the COVID, he used a very difficult period to get out and to use that crisis in a way to make a growth. I have to think that Republic of Serbia concluded 2021 with the best results from tourism, more than $1,600,000,000, $600 million, which was the best result for tourism in our touristic history. We had more than 2,600,000 tourists. We had very good, more than 800 overnight nights. And this current touristic season, we are starting with good numbers. We have the increasement of the foreign tourists from more than 152% compared with last year. And of course of revenues from the tourists from more than 68%. Those are really encouraging data, which speak for the fact that touristic industry promises and that it has a huge potential. What it's very important for us as a country, that we think that it is necessary to develop a regional cooperation, and together with our neighbors and Republic of Albania and North Macedonia, that it will be necessary and in the interest of all of us to make a joint regional offer for bigger markets, because the more serious touristic revenue and for more serious and bigger results we cannot expect without foreign tourists. But nevertheless, when we think about it, we have to have in mind that offer needs to be regional, and in this regard we have to think in a broader context and to pose ourselves as a region in a proper way. A good cooperation and understanding in this regard came from Republic of Albania. We are already thinking, we took the real steps, the necessary steps in this regard. Also, North Macedonia will join us by signing this memorandum. I believe that other countries, our neighbors, will see their opportunity and they will not stay aside and see how we, the others, cooperate and go forward, and they are behind us. So I expect that the signature of this memorandum and the first results, which will, without any doubt, arise by the end of this year, will motivate other countries to join us in this project. This is really a good move, and there are plenty of arguments in this regard, especially Serbia. Mirela something said about that. When we see as a touristic destination, we are compatible. Although there is a lot of space when we can speak about our fusion of touristic offers. From the aspect of a touristic economy, we can speak about the transport aspect. So this fusion will make us very profitable. But I think this is a huge benefit for both economy and our citizens. Above all, we provide easier transport for people, for citizens, for services. Our goal is, and within other trade agreement we are speaking, to be provided through this memorandum as well, recognition of licenses and our touristic workers in order to work in all our countries with their licenses. Also, it's important when the moment they open Balkan ID works, and the open labor market will work for all of us in the same way, and the touristic workers can much easier work or act, and these services to be easier for all of us. So we are expecting a lot in the upcoming months to start to work much more easier when we eliminate the constraints of administrative nature. Regarding tourism, we have several segments which are very important and for which we can speak more when every country in a mutual project to offer something which other countries don't have, and this offer to make more attractive and more important for one real trade offer, which will benefit for all the countries, but more for our citizens and our economy will benefit. What is important, and we can speak more, is that so-called manufacturing tourism, and the fact that we have to work. There is something which we agreed, and we have to work more. Mirela also spoke a bit about that. Some prejudices, stereotypes we are facing, and these kind of events and our bilateral meetings, visits will help a lot. So, some certain prejudices and stereotypes from the past, inherited from the past, or stereotypes inherited from the past, to overcome. And that's the job of all of us, the ministers, the politicians, to work on this direction. And I think Mr. Vučić and Edi Rama also, they have worked a lot of this on this. When we speak about North Macedonia and Serbia, that's another story, because we used to be one country in the past, and in this regard, the situation is slightly different. That's why I say the initiative of Open Balkan and its name, it's really a good choice. It broadens, it associates it calls for opening, for getting closer. And I think that it's a good name and association of these initiatives. And I think that we together we need to work to stereotypes and prejudices which exist even regarding this initiative, to we, with our activities, with our work, to try to overcome. The memorandum which will sign is a concrete thing which will do, is the best way to show the benefits of these initiatives. This is what our citizens expect from us. What it will this initiative will bring to the citizens, to the economy, and I think that's the key of the success of this initiative, in specific, concrete things which the citizens will feel in the ground, in the food, fare, wine and tourism, which is within the Open Balkan initiatives. It will organized by the beginning of September. It's a very important event, which I think it will contribute to additional promotion of the initiatives, to additional tourism promotion, and it will be additional tourism promotion of the region of Open Balkan. And I think it will be one more chance, opportunity to promote this region in proper way. So to promote what's the best of this region, the initiative of Open Balkan initiatives should promote actually everything which is mutual for all of us. In the previous several decades, the people have insisted about the differences, but luckily, finally the time has come to insist about mutual things, mutual values, everything which brings us together, and that's much more than the things who are splitting us. That's why, for all of this, we are today here, and on behalf of this, I think that will be a successful story. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Minister. We move on in our continuation in the session dedicated to tourism. Let us hear from the business community. We'll hear from Chamber of Commerce's representatives, supporters of the initiative from its very outset. I'll invite Mr. Zoran Jovanovski, Deputy President of the Chamber of Commerce of the Republic of North Macedonia. You may take the floor. Dear attendees, first of all, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of Mr. Branko Jezaski, President of the Chamber of Commerce of the Republic of North Macedonia, who could not attend this session, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the Chamber on this occasion. I attended the meetings of Open Balkans in Belgrade in early November, and in December in the summit in Tirana last year. And nowadays, today, we are gathered in Ohrid. The Open Balkan story is continuing its development and creating benefits both for citizens and businesses. It's important that we're discussing tourism today. In the coming period, the services sector, especially tourism, will be one of the main driving forces for economic recovery, not only of the Macedonian economy. We at the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia pay special attention to tourism and continuously support the activities of our members in this sector. We are the only one of the 4 chambers of commerce within the platform of private dialogue that have associations of hospitality tourism and are also lobbying for tour operators and tourist agencies. On this occasion, I wish to pose 2 very simple questions, which are in a way rhetoric questions. However, the answers to those questions show us the way forward. The first question, if we take into account the fact the level of technological development of our 3 countries in the Open Balkan, how would it be easier to receive foreign currency inflow through manufacturing or through tourist services? It seems to me that tourism will be the great generator of foreign currency inflows for our countries. The second question, does any tourist from the Far East or the American continent who has no relatives here would decide to spend more than 6 hours in a plane on a flight to come here to spend to visit just 2 places in our country? And probably the answer is no. But if it's more than that, then the answer would be yes. We are not so significant as significant tourist attractions, but as a region, we are very important. They won't spend 9 days only in Albania, Serbia, or Macedonia, but they will come to spend some days in each of those countries, and if some other countries from the region join the Open Balkans initiative, then those 9 days won't suffice for these foreign tourists. It will take them more than 9 days. So it's very clear tourism brings about huge potential for the economic development of each of our countries, but this potential becomes even greater when we increase our regional tourist cooperation. This is a classic win-win situation, and thereby it's very important to underline that increased regional tourist cooperation doesn't imply that our citizens should be traveling more around the region, Macedonians to Serbia, Serbians to Albania, and so forth, but our countries to join together as a region as compared to the rest of the world. If we join together, if we design regional offer for foreign tourists and start attracting them as a region, only then can we bring tourists that under other circumstances would not come here at all. So in this context, when we are talking about regional tourist cooperation, it is required to harmonize certain aspects that is pointed to our members from tourism. First of all, the obstacle for work on Sunday should be removed, because tourist places within future tourist tours have their own framework of operation and cannot stop on Sundays. Number two, effort should be made to harmonize the visa regime policy. Macedonia has stricter visa regime for the third countries compared to Albania and Serbia, and therefore it is circumvented by countries, tourists from other countries. Then the labor market should be equalized so that equal workers should be provided for regionalization of for harmonization of regional cooperation. Number four, business framework shall be secured. That is to say, ensuring tour operators for performing tourist activity, license possession, and so forth. This is important to secure the required level of quality, security, responsibility, and confidentiality of all entities included in any Western Balkan or Open Balkan countries. Companies themselves in the area of tourism will have to work on promoting their operations in line with global trends and what is requested from modern times. In any event, the message is rather short and clear. Let us not wait. Let us increase our regional cooperation in tourism immediately, because opportunities are great, huge. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Dear attendees, I invite Ms. Ines Mukosepa, Vice President of the Union of Chambers of Commerce of the Republic of Albania, to address the gathering. Dear Deputy Prime Minister Bitici, dear ministers Kumbaro and Bekteshi, dear colleagues from Chambers of Commerce, first of all, I'd like to extend my gratitude for your hospitality to attend this very important meeting for us. The open dialogue with the leaders of our businesses joined us together at the working meeting we had in Niš, which was a very important step towards the implementation of Memorandum of Understanding and signing the mutual recognition of tour operators, veterinarian services, and food security in the Open Balkan. In Open Balkan, I wish to commend our ministers of economy and finance and ministers of agriculture, who indeed have produced concrete results that within a very short period, provided a growth of 70%. We are here together to expand the initiative in the other sector, which is the tourism sector, which is a very important one in the Western Balkans that should be supported not only for the weight it has and share it has in the GDP and potential for the entire region, but also for the real potential it has in the entire region in a very good scenario for all of us. So we need to undertake joint activities to accomplish the best potential. Our countries have huge potential, both in the area of human capital and flora and fauna. Great diversity of cultures and agrotourism, historical values and heritage, and also production of wine. And certainly we need to utilize this wealth to open the tourism. If we see the figures prepared by Chambers of Commerce, Open Balkans will take us to an inclusive and comprehensive tourism. In 2021, about 57% of tourists were foreigners and 1/3 were nationals from the Western Balkan countries. Joint products have the potential to emphasize the region at the international level, because most tour operators request to offer their clients products that enable visits of 2 or 3 countries in the Western Balkans. The tourism sector is playing an important, a major role in our country. There are 270,000 employees, both in hospitality, restaurants, and bars. That corresponds to 4.2% of the total workforce. And therefore, in order to develop this sector, the free movement of labor and opening up the borders in the Open Balkan becomes a necessity. As Chambers of Commerce, we have closely collaborated to identify activities through a memorandum of understanding to have open access to market and free flow of people through universal licenses that will simplify all procedures that will guarantee equal access throughout the region. Our country should be developing towards a very permanent and continuous tourism, but also focus on startups that are opening up on a daily basis. Also, the influence of green projects should be taken into account and how they affect the environment. A new branch that is being developed, and we are supporting that, is that within tourist sector, we have health tourism and well-being tourism, and I think that the creation of this joint offer would be an example of good collaboration. We all know that our countries are indeed very rich with the potential to develop tourism without any impediments and open within this initiative. Once again, I wish to thank all businesses and enterprises that have helped us to organize these events, especially the presidents of Chambers of Commerce, without whom this initiative wouldn't have been so complete. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nenad Đurđević, advisor to the President of the Chamber of Commerce of the Republic of Serbia. You may take the floor. Good day to you all. Dear Deputy Vice President of the Government, dear Minister, I wish to welcome you on my personal behalf, and Marko Čarević, who went to the political leaders' meeting, and within a few words, without further ado, I think that a lot has been said by my colleagues from the chambers, and our panelists have said about the importance and potential of tourism and hospitality and catering presents for the country and the entire Balkans. And today we'll be witnessing of the approximation of both the sector and culture, because these two products can be interlinked since the interconnection, the linking of cultural institutions, be it state ones and private initiatives, and in the Chamber of Serbia, we have many such initiatives and organizers of festivals who are interested in spreading their activities across the Balkans, and they wish to deepen their activities, and this agreement will enable them to get some institutional support and also obtain a possibility to connect with each other, and through this cultural offer improve their tourist offer. What we as representatives of the chambers see as very important is the commitment of government representatives and government presidents to adopt these agreements, not only in the tourism sector, but all areas in the Western Balkans. It's very important for our companies to reduce their business costs, and what's even more symbolical and politically important, that all of these agreements and activities resulting from them have the goal to get to know each other and create a framework of political understanding and a resolution of new issues that are coming or existing. And through this good atmosphere and dynamics, such issues can be resolved. Very briefly, I would provide you with some pieces of information that are very important and interesting in the catering and hospitality sector through numbers and analysis that we prepared. That 1 year ago, before the pandemics, the catering and hospitality and tourism sector had 1.2 billion euro, 1.7% of GDP of these three countries, and it's either directly or indirectly facilitated by tourism. For example, 20%, 6.6%, and 5.5% in Serbia of GDP. About 66 companies work in this sector, employing 200,000 employees. In Serbia, it accounts to 100,000 directly, and indirectly about 500,000. So this is the economic potential, but those are the people who interlink and provide a different atmosphere for the future. What's also important and interesting, Zoran spoke about that, is that direct inflow of foreign currency that tourism generates in these countries amounts to 3.8 billion euro in 2021, which accounts to 4.8% of GDP of the three countries together. I think these are impressive data, and this memorandum in the area of tourism and culture and all the other agreements about workforce cooperation will open up many more opportunities than what we have now through the development of infrastructure and more intensive presence of the EU here. We will be more linked and better linked through infrastructure and through these activities as people and as people generating income. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now is the end of the official part, and now we'll open the floor for discussion where the business community representatives will be able to pose their question and discuss the topics opened by the ministers in the panel. The first will be Mr. Trajan Angelovski, who has registered with our colleagues. Good day.
Avoid this translation to be more simplified. I'm a president of Macedonian Union of Chamber of Commerce, which covers small, medium, and micro companies. When we see the type of Macedonian companies, they are most of the Macedonian companies. I have a question for the Minister, Ms. Tatjana Matic, and for Minister from Albania, Ms. Kumbaro, regarding to the green lines. I think it's one of the key problems when we hear very carefully all the participants today. For example, I will explain my example. I have 22 years. My family have a company in Belgrade area in Stara Pazova. I'm traveling from Belgrade to Skopje 3.5 hours. And I'm losing 45 minutes, almost 1 hour, 30 minutes from my apartment in Skopje. I'm standing on the border because somebody has to make some simple administrative procedure. We are asking, and have you already considered for green lines for passengers' cars? Now we have green lines for trucks who carry food. Now we are asking you and giving you proposal that you start to consider this issue. And also related to this, we have a very active touristic chamber in our union. They are asking regarding to the buses. We already mentioned that these tours from international tourists, they would like to come 3 days in Macedonia, 3 days in Serbia, 3 days in Albania, also green line for this kind of buses. That means they can come from Macedonia, and sometimes they're losing a lot of time because, you know, when you come with 50 passports, it's quite complicated that you pass the border. And for also related to this is for the corridor E75 from Belgrade to Skopje. Now during the summer period, I think if we don't make this kind of procedures, it will be impossible to pass, to cross the border crossing, because you have almost 2 or 3 million tourists who would like to pass in this area.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. We are aware of the problems, and our prime ministers are already dealing with the problems. We know this, especially during the holiday time, that this is a big problem and big issue. That's why One Stop Shop tried to solve this issue. And right now we are trying again. Our Ministry of Interior is working with the Macedonian Ministry of Interior to try to resolve it. I think that in the future, this initiative, Open Balkan with the Open Balkan ID, has a goal, in fact, that if you ask me, I think that we should pass this border without checking. This is something that I'm completely for this kind of approach. But we will see. The goal is, in fact, that we should have as less as possible stop and checking of this kind. So I think if we can make it easier and much more efficient especially for people who are traveling for holidays with families, this is something that is, you know, normal. So this is administrative thing that we are dealing already now for maybe more than a month with already 1 month with Ministry of Interior from Macedonian side and our ministry. So we are working on it and we are aware of the problem. Thank you.
English is lingua franca, but I will use my mother tongue.
I won't use the same explanation given by Tatiana. I just wish to share the fact that we're working on that, but we need to admit that all the questions you posed, lengthy waitings for passengers and tourists, and as a user of services and bus traveler, there is only one problem, and it's an inter-border problem. In the Balkans, we have a conceptual and cultural problem with the borders, because for many years now, we haven't seen this as such easy to have a flow of goods and services. We couldn't imagine that we could be moving from Albania to Macedonia or from Albania to Kosovo and Montenegro only with an ID, We used to have to get out a visa as well in the past, but now it suffices to have an ID to move around these countries. 2 years ago, we couldn't imagine that we could have roaming. Now we're using the same communication system, and we are not paying greater charges. So these are things that are happening progressively, and we as ministers of tourism and trade from the Open Balkan and Western Balkans have no dilemma that certainly those services should be facilitated and create frameworks just like for the goods special. For this special good should be, which is the tourism, should be facilitated, and we are updated on the situation, and this is a step forward that we need to undertake to make those borders even invisible. Sometimes we have borders in our heads. Thousands of kilometers might be passed to change 10 centimeters in our head. And therefore, Open Balkans, for me, is an emancipation process which brings about other facilitations and alleviations. And we previously mentioned job opportunities, bearing in mind that in Albania, tourism development is not a fact, but a revolution that is taking place much more quickly than we expected. There are fewer workers coming from Serbia and North Macedonia working in the catering sector and restaurant sectors, and from the simplest restaurants up to the hotels with 4 or 5 stars. So this shows that the greatest attraction we are offering, which is our daily life, is gastronomy, cuisine, and the way we feed ourselves and we reinvent ourselves through our traditions by transforming this into a tourist attraction and economy. And that is the goal and the reason why we started cooperating as 3 countries to draft a new project, a new series of ways to offer this new attraction as the food and wine are, and through the joint fairs that is very nice, Open Balkan fair, that is to say oriented to food and wine. For the first time ever, that is going to be organized this September, and it's going to be a fair that will go around the 3 countries and the other countries that will join us in not only the 3 countries. It starts there, but it's open to all the other Balkan countries.
Thank you very much. The second and last discussion for this session, Mr. Alexander Bogunovic from Economic Chamber of
So first, congratulate on the organization of this event, and I have to say that I have a great pleasure and honor to participate in the beginning of the new era of the cooperation in the field of tourism in this part of the world. So as a representative of the business community, and having a look at the Memorandum of Understanding, I noticed that and my question refers to this issue, which I think is not covered under the memorandum, talks about the integration of what is the attitude regarding the same visa regime. So we heard here the potentials of the tourists coming and visiting all 3 countries. So did you consider this visa regime regarding the tourists not only from these countries, but tourists from EU and also the tourists which are not from the EU? And we think, and we heard here that there is a potential to make joint tourist products. So did you consider this issue, and some comments related to that? Thank you.
May I start? I love the fact that all the people coming from the business field are talking in English. But again, as politicians, I will switch into my mother tongue.
Albania has, for several years, applies regime without visa for this country, which we aim to attract tourists from United Arab Emirates, Egypt, India. I am mentioning three biggest destinations, but only 2 months ago we adopt this conclusion for 8 countries. Of course, tourists who come from European Union, they have no need for visa. This is the same for our countries. But regarding the fact that I exchanged with Tatiana information that Serbia has more or less the same regime for to attract tourists. Maybe North Macedonia can make some more efforts, but let's say that Open Balkan is an opportunity that the individual initiatives, which I will name them experiences. So individual experiences, national experiences or state experiences who bring positive product in economic market or more specific in touristic market can be exchanged. Although we, through these experiences, we create as a free visa regime for several countries, it creates a kind of jurisdiction, and jurisdiction serves as a way to help other countries, in a specific case North Macedonia, to take and to disseminate. By unifying these experiences, we believe that we serve for the concept of Open Balkan, regardless that this is not specifically stated in the Memorandum of Understanding which we will sign today. It's a part of issues that our working group will discuss to specify the things. This is the frame, which and within the frame we have the possibility to translate them in specific products, not only for 3 of us, but for cooperation with our colleagues from Ministries of Interior. I believe I provide the answer for all the 3 colleagues. Maybe Trim or Tatiana one. Thank you very much, Minister. There are a lot of people who are assigned for discussion, but due to the time, we need to conclude for the time reason, and for the panel who will follow this one. Thank you. Since a lot of participants from economic chambers spoke, I'm for the first time as a representative of Northwest Macedonia Economic Chamber in this summit, Open Balkan. We as Economic Chamber continuously are supporting every initiative for increasement of tourism and economic development, but skepticism among our members still exists, because Open Balkan is an initiative, as many other initiatives previously, as CEFTA initiative, Berlin process, etc., where the free trade circulation is forecasted, capital as well, and services. And in the ground, the results were not that visible. The idea and the question posed by my colleague, Trajan, regarding the circulation of the people, products, and services in the border is something which is very discouraging. But another characteristic, our leaders promote cooperation. We, as Economic Chamber, think that the trade exchange among the countries in the region is insufficient comparing with the potential we have and the capacities we have. And regarding the other aspect, why we don't have success is due to the fact that we have numerous barriers which are still present and work in the ground. Also, another phenomena, very important one, our capitals of Western Balkans, of countries in general, they are not affiliated with the structure, modern structure, according to the standards. But on contrary, we have a lack of synchronization of the infrastructure. In the specific case, for example, Macedonia with Albania, we are building Corridor 8. Albania builds the road of Arbor. Kosovo builds a highway from Macedonian border to Serbian neighbor, and Macedonia builds another highway. We are not synchronized, and this will impact a lot in the costs of our product. On the other hand, we know that Kosovo is the heart of the Balkans, and all the circulations or the movements are through Kosovo. And the inclusion of Kosovo in this project, I think it will be non-inclusion of Kosovo will be a stagnation of the ideas which are predicted. I'm happy with the fact that in initiative we have the support of European Union and United States, as well as, and I believe that this initiative will bring results, expected results and needed results, which we as business community require for a long time. Thank you. Maybe it's a direct question to the Minister of Transport, but the Minister of Economy, or in meetings we have previously had with Albanian counterparts and Kosovo counterparts, I want to announce that Albania started parallelly with the decisions of North Macedonia, but also with the conclusion of the first tender phase for Corridor 8, which links Skopje with Kafan, and parallelly Albania will start to build the road from Albania to Macedonian border, but it will they will go through two lots. So the building dynamic is forecasted to be the same, and parallelly regarding the so-called Arbor Road for connection with Corridor 8, it's a so-called Boshkov Bridge, which is forecasted by the criteria of European Union and the path which is predicted to be built. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Roja. This is the end of the panel for tourism. We have 15 minutes of a break, and in 1:15 p.m. we are proceeding with the next panel. Thank you.
Те прекинуве, прави си му се човек. Кој ќе ми кажем? Ајде бе, поаѓе. Што се викаш меѓу цирка?
Да видиме дека се можно преска, ама не успеа да го избутам.
Што предај да видам што се случи. Ајде. Што е ова со форплан, секоја слика исто плани, камери, форплан, знамење, форплан. Дали има поете? Форплан, ништо нема да го дите. Прав. Ево дите. Излаза. Така пичката си кажу имена да го Влада. Марио. Океј, може да почнеме. Океј, нека се обрати од тука, нека се качи прво и дека се симно од оваа страна. Јас ќе му кажам, јас и ова.
Така, тој ќе го има оправдано.
Да, јас технички само ќе ги викам, технички ќе ги повикам само.
Тој ќе се врати назад и ќе почне разговор со нив.
Добро.
Ете така. Ама треба да им се каже едноставно.
Елена? Елена? Оле, кажи им нека ги седнат. Ама кажи им нека си седнат. Јас сум ставил да почнам. Елена, оди стрим да почнувам.
Ајде, почнуваме.
Да им замоли ги да седнат.
Can you please all sit down and we are starting with the panel. Thank you.
Почитувани присутни.
Dear attendees, dear guests, we are moving on with the panel discussion within the Open Balkan Summit. We are dedicating this panel to culture. You will hear Bojan Maričić, Deputy Prime Minister of Euro Integrations in the Government of the Republic of North Macedonia, Bisera Kostadinovska-Stojčevska, Minister of Culture at the Government of the Republic of North Macedonia, Elva Margariti, Minister of Culture of the Republic of Albania, and Maja Đoković, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Culture and Information of the Republic of Serbia. You may take your seats, please. In this panel dedicated to culture, you will hear the address of Mr. Bojan Maričić, Deputy Prime Minister for European Affairs at the Government of the Republic of North Macedonia, who will at the same time moderate the panel till the end. You may take the floor. Thank you. Muhammad, before I give the floor to the Ministers of Culture, allow me to address you briefly and give my personal view of today's topic, and as the Deputy Prime Minister of the Government for European Affairs and as a potential IPA coordinator to identify the possibilities for deepening the regional cooperation. The beauty of a culture is in the fact that it continuously develops and each generation contributes to enriching cultural heritage. Therefore, it's easy and it's with pleasure that we talk about this topic, an area that covers a wide range of elements, starting from tradition, customs, shared values, heritage and arts, and crafts work that identify the identity, shape the identity of a nation. The other beauty of culture is that it doesn't know borders, which is of key importance to overcome all differences and better understanding of all of our individual specifics as nations. Therefore, it's our primary duty to put effort to preserve cultural heritage and simultaneously invest in arts and creativity, both of individuals and groups, as a contribution to culture development and other areas that directly or indirectly influence culture, such as education, technological development, and so forth. Hence, the commitments that we as government are going to undertake here in Ohrid for the Open Balkans initiative to promote regional mobility of artists and experts, to support the regional policies of cooperation in the area of arts and culture through exchange of experiences, to networking and promotion of culture and arts of artists in the Western Balkans, as well as international cooperation in the area of culture and arts, thus innovating cultural innovations, promotion of cultural difference and cultural diversity and intercultural dialogue. In the context of wider perspective of the EU membership, this is in line with the new EU European Culture Agenda for 2018 that has the goal to utilize the full potential of culture for more inclusive and more fair union, supporting innovation and creativity and sustainable workplaces and growth. This is cultural cooperation is subject of funding of the Commission in not in a very modest but significant way. With Greece, this was through a cultural project to fund the learning of Greek language in the Pelagonia region. Also, every year, the Ohrid Summer Festival reminds us that the preservation of antique theater with the EU funds nowadays allow us to be hosts of many cultural events in a very unique locality as the eponymous Ohrid Theater. I wish to mention the reconstruction of the Leshok Monastery and the mosque that brought citizens of the Republic of North Macedonia to reconciliation, and also the monasterial complex of Staro Nagoričan, transforming it into a meeting place of people between North Macedonia and Serbia. I'm mentioning these examples as a way for inspiration for further definition of possibilities to fund of funding by EU, and to that end, allow me to mention a number of open possibilities for funding and application through joint projects that will rehabilitate cultural locations, open up workplaces, improve network and mobility of people in arts, and create a new route of cultural tourism, and to get people closer, not only from the region but the EU member states. Then cross-border programs with Albania and Serbia are significant for the period 2021-2027. Thematic priority is tourism, cultural and natural heritage. Then projects for promotion of shared sustainable access to improved and sustainable utilization of natural and cultural heritage and development of tourism, as well as raising awareness of tourists and visitors of the wealth of natural and cultural heritage and the need for its protection and sustainable utilization. It's going to be funded by over 6 million euro for a 7-year period, while the cross-border cooperation program is supported by about 4 million euro for the same period between 2021 and 2027. When we speak about EU funds, it's important to mention the significant support through the Creative Europe Euro program. The budget aimed at the new EU program amounts to 2.44 billion euro and can be invested in action and projects that strengthen cultural diversity and respond to the needs and challenges of the cultural and creative sector. I'm indeed happy that within the future cultural cooperation of the Summit 2022 is already defined, that is going to be signed by the ministers of culture of the three countries. And I think that through this agreement and possibilities for funding, we have a solid ground to get closer to this shared goal. Let us utilize EU funds and opportunities for the open Balkan region to improve connections and relations both of our citizens through culture and arts, through our contribution to the culturally diverse and diversified Europe by preservation of our cultural heritage and celebrating what's important for our future. Thank you very much, and we'll move on with the discussion immediately after this.
I would like now to ask the ministers of culture to deliver their speeches in order to see, because they worked intensively in the previous period, what they have agreed and what will be interesting, because there are representatives of a cultural stage. And for the opinion, it will be interesting because this is a new, beautiful dimension who could empower our initiative. Firstly, I will give the floor for the Minister of Culture of North Macedonia, Bisera Konstantinovska-Stojčevska. Thank you. Dear presents, dear friends, welcome to all, to Ohrid, to this Balkan beauty, to this world beauty. This is a part of memory in order so we can speak about the future. Open Balkan is a good news for the culture as well. That knowing the market, the culture need to be preserved properly. This is the goal of the memorandum, which we will sign with my respective colleagues, Ministers of Culture of Albania and Serbia, Maja Gojković and Elva Margarita. Culture has made a breakthrough in his past, and it made a huge, high place. We are in the agenda. We will help the culture, its mobility, in opening mutual funds, exchange the experiences, to introduce innovation, and to unify our potentials. We are here to eliminate all the administrative barriers in the region, which existence was a waste of time. In the memorandum, you'll detect our efforts for a joint calendar for cultural events and ideas for a film font of Open Balkan, exist 10 Open Balkan nights, Open Balkan nights of all festivals in the region, and organization of Open Balkan Summer Youth Music Festival, as well as development of youth programs for exchange. That's where we say that Open Balkan is a wide space for cultural exchange. It does not take anything from anyone. On contrary, they add added value for every one of us. It's a need and a message. Balkan was perceived for a long time as a dangerous place. Some of them that we will not. The culture have the power to overcome this destiny. Open Balkan, not poisonous Balkan, which doors are open for all the member states of the region. This region provides, and it continues to provide, names, worldwide names, which left mark in the world and European stage. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 took from us artists, people for which not only region, but Europe was too small. So we owe this to them. COVID-19 has built walls in us and around us. We don't need another brick in the wall with a sink. Culture hates these walls. They are not artistic installation. That's why we need Open Balkan. I personally was witness how for a year Macedonian Cultural Center in Tirana became a famous place for the artists in the Albanian capital. I look further for a Macedonian Cultural Center in Belgrade and a Serbian Cultural Center in Skopje. According to all professional analysis and estimations, Balkan will be one of the most impacted regions for climate change. We cannot stop this, we cannot prevent this, but we can prepare ourselves together because we have a huge cultural heritage which we need to preserve. That's why Open Balkan, together in good and together in bad. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Konstantinovska-Stojčevska, for this nice introduction and for the introduction of all the initiatives which you have agreed and which will be implemented, and for all the possibilities and for the importance of cultural dimension of our initiative. Minister Margariti, what are your experience in Albania, and can the culture be an attractive field for cooperation in this mainly economic initiative so far? Thank you very much, respected guests, all you which are present, but moreover, the organizers of this event. Of course, the culture has no need to create communication bridges. The culture is a bridge of communication, and the culture among all the countries has always been a joint name. It was not been an apple of war, but contrary to this, it was an element which who united us, and every one of us used to find something unknown in the culture and the tradition. And regarding your question, of course, the culture is today a joint factor for economic development of the countries, because we took a lot of examples from EU, what Europe is doing for the post-pandemic and the newest project, European Bauhaus, where President Ursula von der Leyen put an accent. Then it starts from the art, from the youth who need to be engaged more and more in a wider market, where the promotion of the cultural values, cultural identity of each country is a main actuator or main driver for economic development. Of course, we are together. We need to strengthen our connections in the sector of artistic industries. And the fact that culture is on the top of this initiative, when the startups, which are part of Ministry of Finance, or promotion through audio-wise, which are part of Ministries of Tourism, or promotion of environment, all these together are very good connected in the connections which can be driven by the Ministries of Culture. And in the center of it, it must be people, communities, and not only artists. I think this is the core, the essence, and for the agreement which we are signing today. It does not include only artists, not only the affiliation connection among the artists, which need to be done, of course, for the joint festivals, mutual festivals, but the festivals are leaders in a new economic marketing, which already we said in the previous panels. Not only promoting the beauty, but promoting places, sites which have been abandoned until yesterday so far. But today we have an added value for them. But we need to, the people and the country of the region needs to be affiliated, connected to each other in order to have better results. So I strongly believe in the unification of power, of the capacities, because with the ministers we share the opinion about the creation of mutual funds. A high potential is cinematography. As Macedonia, as Albania, as Serbia, we have much more to do. Our good friend Croatia took one of the best successes through giving funds. Can we do it together? Can we help our agencies who produce cinematography? Yes, of course we can. Maybe the funds for each country can be small, but when they will become together, we can do a financial tool, not only on behalf of countries and the artists, but for a better and wider touristic development who goes beyond sea tourism or summer holidays. That's why we took an accent about cinematography cooperation, and we took an accent in another cooperation which was absent until today, the author rights. We are a country which has introduced the author rights in a framework only in 2016. And as such, there is a lot of things to improve, and we have made the necessary improvements, but it will be good to create a mutual agency, joint agency, Balkan Open Copyright, where all our artists, performers, for example, a performer from Albania has its market in North Macedonia, in Kosovo, Serbia, Montenegro, and other countries. Maybe we will need to protect them, and that's why we are again in the aspect of development of an economic market which go directly to the artists, to the performers, that's why we have thought about these initiatives in a big umbrella, but starting from the local needs. I'm really pleased that we found a very good dialogue between all the institutions, and we didn't stop in the small initiatives. Of course, it will be much easier to start with artist residence. It's a very good example of direct physical exchange, not only of the knowledges or mindsets, which there is no need to remain within the national borders, political borders. And for me, these are steps which need to be specified as soon as possible. Of course, the best result will be the creation of joint mutual funds, and we will not be alone. We will have other stakeholders, other partner ministers who are present here today in this summit, because this will mean to create a market for youth. They will have no need to abandon their countries to go abroad, to give their best outside the region. Today, we are speaking about the young people who can perform even in a distance from only 1 hour driving from their residence. And so we have to create this opportunity. We in Albania, we have two initiatives who give Albania both European dimension and the dimension of a country who knows how to cooperate with the neighbors, and not only with neighbors. Actually, Tirana is a European youth capital. We have more than 1,000 activities. We have a lot of performers, artists who come from all over the world. All the Tirana squares are full with different various activities. It was a huge work done together with Tirana municipality, with a very energetic staff of young people, and the organizers are young people who have chosen to promote to Albanian art by bringing European young people, European youth. So young people are those who are revealing Tirana, discovering Tirana. Another initiative of Albanian government by the Prime Minister is International Cultural Weeks, We have 20 countries of different continents who come in Albania to promote not only culture, but to promote also everything related with their culture, and to create a new network for our youth to have possibility to work and live in the country. These initiatives are even broader than Open Balkan itself. So I perceive Balkan as an excellent tool, and I really hope, and I'm very pleased that I have two fantastic colleagues who support these activities, and we have an excellent cooperation. So the future is for our youth, and we are lucky to be part of this great initiative for the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Margariti. Our last speaker will be the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Culture, Ms. Maja Gojković. With the initiative of Open Balkans, Ms. Minister, we have already contributed to the improvement of the elements that are incorporated in the shared market and economic development. But do you think that the same can be achieved in the area of culture? What are the opportunities and chances for all citizens that are culture lovers and participants of culture for the shared scene? Thank you very much, dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen. I indeed thank you for your previous.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, and it is a great pleasure and an honor to welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Cultural Information to this very important event, which in the best possible way promotes regional cooperation and our togetherness that we have a number of times mentioned today. Certainly the Open Balkan Initiative in this very short space of time has proved its value and justified the guiding principles of the heads of state who launched it and who addressed you this morning at the opening ceremony of today's forum. The time has come for culture to take an active part in this idea, since it is an area that brings together both individuals and entire societies. Culture has always been the best bridge for understanding and promoting diversity. I believe that this is the best reply to your question, the question you asked me. This is why it is so important that as of today, that after contributions have already been made in other areas, tourism, economy, that culture will have to be able to provide a strong and distinct influence on the good relations between the countries supporting this initiative, as well as those who have shown intention to join us in the future. This is where I'm talking about the Republic of Montenegro and Bosnia and Herzegovina. The cooperation which we are broadening today is the result of rather authentic processes and is under a clear vision for a better life for everyone living in the Balkans. We should also not forget that we are also contributing to the general European integration process, although in the introduction we've heard a lot of skepticism compared to the European perspective of our peoples and our countries, but nobody has said that we will give up on our European project. We just believe that this is in the interest of all the participants in strengthening our ties and cultural ties in the Balkans. We are giving an additional contribution to European integration process. All of us working in the field of culture, whether we are in charge of ministries or whether we are actively involved in culture, know how important its impact is and its role in the whole of integration process. And this has always been particularly visible in this part of Europe where we all come from and where different cultural spaces and traditions of these countries have complemented one another for centuries, and we have a privilege that we can complement each other and improve each other's culture. Ladies and gentlemen, if we're talking about the Memorandum of Understanding and Cooperation in the field of culture in the Western Balkans, which we will be signing in about half an hour from now. It certainly provides a framework for further development of institutional cooperation above all, but then the improvement of the volume of cultural exchange and, as I have also pointed out, promoting diversity. Among the activities and measures envisioned in the memorandum, I especially want to point out, just as my esteemed colleague from Albania, I want to point out the establishment of residential programs. This is a novelty for all of us. We've got experience with such residential programs called Cité in France, and perhaps we should use their experiences and exchange with other colleagues, strengthening mobility of artists, artistic infrastructure, and obviously the establishment of joint cultural calendar. All these methods and instruments will prove of particular importance in the process of creating a single space where our peoples will have an opportunity to get to know each other even better. And this is what I'm talking about to younger generations. They'll be able to find out each other's cultural heritage and obviously modern tendencies. It is important to note that the level of cooperation between the institutions and individuals has been at a very high level until now. We will also hear a few words from the representatives of cultural institutions who are here with us today. But there are numerous institutions and artists from Serbia have had a number of have taken part in a number of successful events in the region. I'm talking about guest performances, theatre performances, exhibitions of museums and galleries from a number of Serbian towns and cities, and then growing cooperation in the field of music. And what we are particularly proud of is the cooperation in the film industry, which has helped us quite a lot lately to get to know film artists from Albania, North Macedonia, and find out about their artistic achievements. Serbia has, over the last few years, made some important steps in the field industry, and we can also consider the possibility of getting all three countries to encourage and attract film investors from abroad so that more films are made in this region, because we've got brilliant film workers and indeed filming locations that are very attractive. For example, in Croatia, with the Game of Thrones in Dubrovnik, I think our three countries are not lagging behind these very good inspiration locations that film production from other countries are looking for and could take advantage of. It is obviously clear that this important document will add additional quality, additional value to improving cooperation and exchanges in all these areas. It is particularly important to note that the exchange of young people is very important. A year ago, Novi Sad was the capital of youth of Europe last year. I understand that it is Tirana this year. It is important to have these exchanges among young professionals in the field of culture and art, and this is indeed one of the most important and best and shrewdest investments in the future and cooperation between our countries. We, as a Ministry of Culture and Information, this year we have put out a competition for financing projects intended for the cultural activities for children and young people, and we have thus supported more than 130 projects. And experience has taught us that this activity, this competition, has had a very positive impact on developing cultural needs of young people and young adults and children. And this is also important toward creating a new audience. And this is sort of a way of catching up with modern tendencies and something that we sort of lost over the last 2 years, which is this immediate contact with the audience, especially young people with artists, because everything suddenly switched to online platforms. So I suppose that's why it's best to have these competitions and thus nurture them and help them to create programs which they will, of course, be taking part in, but will also be good consumers of this content. This competition encourages young talent, their development, the development of their critical thinking, but also nurturing communication through dialogue, tolerance, and interculturalism. This is interculturality. This is especially important from the point of view of the Open Balkan Initiative and the memorandum we are signing today. Ladies and gentlemen, I am convinced that further deepening of our cooperation will yield many advantages in a number of areas. As I said, in audio and visual production, music, theatre, festivals, protection of cultural heritage, and I could say of culture in general. The importance of creating friendly relations in this period is something that's familiar to people who are dealing with culture every day, people working in our institutions, film workers, translators, interpreters, and all those for whom culture is both their job and something they live for. I think we need to give the floor to the representatives of the institutions of all three countries in the region, and through a kind of exchange of opinions and discussion to transmit their experiences and give us some ideas for new roads and models for good cooperation that we three spoke of today. I wish you all a very successful work, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Minister Gojkovic. I think that your addresses were sufficiently inspiring and inviting to open up a discussion among the attendees in the audience. And let us use this time for questions and comments and experience sharing regarding all of these important issues discussed today. You may take the floor. My name is Stefanova Mary, and I am director of the Office and Museum of Bitola. First of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation and possibility to address this extremely important initiative, especially relying on our positive experience in the area of cross-border cooperation with Albania and generally the utilization of IPA funds that, in the real sense of the word, enable the approximation of neighboring nations and peoples that have been living for decades and hundreds of years, one next to another, relatively poorly know each other. I wish to address the experiences of the Smart Kultur project that we're implementing within the second call of IPA for cross-border cooperation with Albania program, and the importance of both cultural institutions that are champions, that are lead implementers, which is the Office of Culture of Bitola and the Office from Korča for Protection of Cultural Heritage. We couldn't even imagine that the project could have a positive response to that extent, and that is due to the positive cooperation of the partners between two countries and due to the openness and friendly relationships of both institutions and professionals involved. Precisely from this initiative and results resulting from the project, the leading activities related to infrastructural improvement of Heraklea Linkestis locality and Osterios Spase locality opening that are in extreme breach for approximation of both nations. The second project came out that was again approved within the second program project, and we will soon inform the general public about this. And within this area, I wish to say that the joint cooperation between both institutions includes to a great extent capacity development of professionals, but also involvement of youth in various areas, again in the area of cultural heritage protection, thus generally improving the situation in both countries, not only in the area of protection, but also increasing the attractiveness of the region as a whole. As two extremely important recommendations to this end, I would share with the Albanian government and Albanian Ministry of Culture, taught by the previous experiences, maybe to take over the co-funding model that Macedonian government and Macedonian Ministry of Local Self-Government has, that is related to releasing from the VAT, exemption from VAT payment, thus enabling utilization of higher funds from EU IPA funds, but also drastically increasing the accessibility and desire of cultural institutions to take part in this project. As regards Macedonian Ministry and Government, I would recommend there, and taking into account the financial situation and status of the cultural institutions, to set up funds or identify funding mechanisms that would, for example, have, so to say, working capital that after the successful implementation of the project would go back to the relevant fund and intended for other funds. And I would like to wrap up my presentation by extending my gratitude to the Directorate Gergi Koki from Korcha, with whom we've had excellent collaboration. Hopefully it will continue in the coming years, and with an open desire to actually see that some seemingly insignificant initiatives can bring about immense results of extreme importance for all the countries involved in the relevant initiatives. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're welcoming this nice experience indeed. Are there any other questions or comments? Hello to you all. My name is Sofia Ristevska, and I'm a theater director working for a state theater in our country. But for many years now, I've been dealing in the independent cultural theater, and I'm an owner of a private theater, which is not downtown Bitola. We are in province, and for many years now, we've been collaborating with cultural organizations from both Albania and Serbia, especially from Serbia. The independent cultural scene has been implementing this cooperation for a long time now. We have many partners from the Balkans, but we make these collaborations with EU funds or various other funds. It would be nice for the countries themselves, our original states, to have special grant lines that would provide funding for this type of cooperation precisely. And it's very important to note the culture that does not generate income, which is not commercial, and precisely fund that culture more actively and more precisely for these cooperations, because the state, especially in small places, has a small relevant cultural organization with a long CV behind them, that they have the need for funds to build these cooperations. And my house, Intimate Theater, implemented an Erasmus project for inclusion, action, integration of youth in modern theater and young people. That was the topic. And we have had good cooperation. One of the partners was a cultural organization from Serbia, and on the ground we could see what could happen with the local community when artists from abroad come to work with our artists, young people coming to work with our young people. Local communities, sociologically and culturologically, can be changed and are changing under the influence of cultural projects when people are working together on the ground. And once again, I'm appealing very briefly the culture on the Balkans. It's not only the state institutions where by principle major budgets from the state are allocated, but there are oftentimes invisible cultural workers, invisible small organizations that are performing this networking, and indeed they need to be recognized and funded. And I wish to thank Minister Gojkovic from Serbia Serbia and share the example of Bitev. Bitev is a major festival in the region, Belgrade International Theatre Festival, that has been in place for many years now. Bitev is a well-funded festival, both from the state and the city of Belgrade. All of the theaters from Macedonia, most modern events and most modern performances were seen at Bitev, and it's very interesting how such major events and festivals affect all the artists in the region. So a major and well-funded festival or event directly affects us, all of us, because the connections are there. And Bitev was an informal teacher to all of us for many years now, and therefore I thank you for that. Now they're giving me the sign that there is time for 2 more questions before signing the memoranda. So we have 2 hands raised, and we'll take those questions, and then we'll have to go for the ceremony of signing the memorandum. Filip Jovanovski, Acto Festival of Modern Arts. Thank you for the invitation and the inspiring presentations, and I think that they are completely in line with what we've been doing for more than 15 years as an organization. I'll address a number of positive experiences in terms of networking. We've been members of a number of regional networks of modern arts, such as Balkan Contemporary, which is something similar to this Open Balkans, a regional network for support of independent cultural scene production. Young Visual Artist Award, which is an extreme example for me, an award for the best artist in Central Europe, where both Albania, Serbia, and Macedonia award this awards. Our organization is a local partner and organizes this award in Macedonia, and I think that through the support of shared co-production, exchange of residential programs, especially with a focus on youth, we can strengthen this cultural production. And I was inspired by the idea to set up a fund, a film fund, Open Balkan Film Fund, and I think that Open Balkan Fund for beyond institutional independent cultural scene can be set up, where the 3 countries and organizations will implement cultural and production programs. And I've had a residential stay in Tirana a few years ago, in Tikaka, Tirana Institute of Cultural, and the experience was excellent, and this collaboration is still lasting. Thank you, Philip. We have another question and comment. Go ahead. Hello, everyone. My name is Svetislav Guncic, and I'm currently holding the position of the Director of the National Theatre from Belgrade. And I am welcoming all participants of the Open Balkan Summit, and of course, mostly my colleagues, artists who are attending. And I've been carefully listening to the words uttered previously in the previous panel as well, related to tourism as well. We are speaking about systemic goals and about goals related to culture that the ministries, representatives of our countries presented as long-term goals. And as the Minister of North Macedonia said, and the Minister noted, that we are opening up in that sense, and the Open Balkans idea is one of the best ideas that we've had in recent years. And hearing our Minister of Culture, we are currently in a position to open the doors to young artists, just like Mr. Abazovic. We are turned to the future. But just like Mr. Kovacevski has said, we should not inhibit ourselves, but move forward. And therefore, I wanted to take the floor. If there are some representatives of national theaters from North Macedonia and Tirana, It would be nice that we can exchange information. We have already signed protocols. We collaborated back in 2017 and 18. We had Abigail Goštona in Belgrade, a top violinist. We had our common opera in Tirana. We do have exchanges and we have deep contacts, but I would propose an initiative that would be definitely supported by the ministries. When this good initiative named Open Balkans, why not set up a council and set up a completely new festival entitled New Balkans that can be held both in Skopje, Tirana, in Serbia, Belgrade. And this initiative will open the doors to young people in many ways. Through music and drama, we can make calls for new plays, play screens, play scripts. So Open Balkans might be an initiative and proposal that can be discussed. So if you wish, after this meeting, we can exchange our phone numbers. And thank you very much for these very good intentions that we can hear from the ministers of the countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is really excellent initiatives coming from the people present in the meeting and important institutional leaders, which means that these initiatives provides inspirations and leave space for further development. If there are any questions from the colleagues from Albania, to provide them with one more question, then we have to conclude because the ceremony of signing the memorandum is waiting. Are there people from Albania who wants to pose a question? No? Then okay. Then I want to thank you all because we need to proceed with the act of signing of the memorandum. I would like to end in the end with a sentence from father of European idea, Jean Monnet, which says, whenever I'll face the challenge of integration of Europe, I will start with the culture, not with the coal and the steel. Thank you very much for the participation of this panel.